Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Oh boy, did I have a journey. So I went to IKEA. I tweeted about that at lunch. I went to IKEA. It was a combination of things, mostly just to get out of the house again. It's a distance from my house, so it's a nice walk. But while I was there, I'm like, well, let me look for a few things. Plus, you know, cheap hot dogs and yogurt. Well, not frozen yogurt, ice cream, whatever. But yes. But while I was there, I got a pasta scoop because I made spaghetti the other day. I actually still have some. I have a container in front of me. I think there's one more container in the fridge. I had what was I gonna say? Yeah, I tried to scoop it out of the pot. I went to go I'm like, oh shit, we don't have a pasta scoop. So I had to use tongs, and that got kind of messy. So while I was at IKEA, it wasn't what I went there for, but I found a pasta scoop that was pretty cheap. So yeah, sure, got that. I'm like, well, IKEA sells desk chairs. Let me see if they have something for a back support. Because my chair has a good lumbar. My newer chair has a good lumbar thing. But, like, the neck area isn't the greatest. Maybe because I'm, like, leaning back here. You can see this is how I'm leaning back. You can see the headrest is not the greatest on this chair. Might see if I can find something better for neck. I need something good for neck and shoulders. I didn't get a gaming chair this time. Last time I didn't really like my gaming chair last time. It got the job done, but I decided to go with a more basic office chair this time, and in all honesty, it's fine. I might get an extra cushion for the seat because it's not like as cushiony as I'd like, but it gets the job done. But yeah, now I'm realizing it's not really the upper back that's the problem. It's more the neck and shoulders that are the problem. I'll see if I can find something to solve that later. If I can get like a neck pillow, like a travel pillow, something like that can just add a cushion here. So like I can sit like this. Like this is me sitting properly in my chair, but my neck is not touching the headrest. The moment I do that, now you can see it on my model. My chin goes up, and how it affects my mouth too, because of how the camera picks it up. So, because I got some bad back problems from that stream, from the cross-stitching stream, and my back is still sore to this day about the whole thing. So, but yeah, I went to IKEA, like, granted, so what I was looking for was something back-related, but I went to IKEA, I went to 2 office supply stores, I went to another store, and none of them had anything. Or 2 other stores, none of them had anything. None of them. 2 office supply stores did not have back support for all the office chairs they sell. Fuck off. Yeah, so, yay. But yeah, I really want to get better with my posture, especially if I don't want my back to be sore going into, especially since the industry, like the work I want to get into is more heavy labor, right? So, off. I heard my headphone or my Raycons hit the floor. Being 6'2" does not help me find good chairs. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I also don't have arms on my chairs because I find that those never really worked well for me. I also found that I was leaning on them too much, and it was not only destroying them but hurting my elbows. So I stopped doing that, and now I just kind of do this, which is me leaning on my wrist right now. See how rigid my, like, you're looking from, it's my right arm on screen, but it's on the left side of the screen and it's my left arm in real life. See how rigid that looks in this shot? That is how rigid my arm is right now. Like, that's not even a joke. And like, I'm hurting my wrist and my upper arm and my shoulder doing that. So, I gotta stop doing that. I'm just terrible with sitting in a desk chair, I've noticed. But yeah. So that's how my day went today. Oh, so I'll talk about this a bit. So the Doki cross stitch is time lapse is basically almost done. Bad news. The last 2 hours or so of part 3 and the last 5 hours, half the stream of part 4 are basically corrupted. Something must have happened with my web camera. Maybe it got overheated. I don't know, but it probably appears on stream too, and I just didn't notice. I haven't actually looked back at the VODs, but keep in mind that what I'm using is raw footage recorded directly from the webcam, and what the stream is showing is directly raw footage from the camera. I literally had OBS screen capture the webcam recording of the screen recorder I was using. So literally they were recording both directly from the webcam. So whatever the raw footage is, I suspect the VOD footage is as well. So sadly, I had to cut a lot of that out. And I just basically had to, 5 hours on the last day of the cross stitch. That is really upsetting to me. So now all I got to do is just add in an intro with some explanations and stuff, and add some music to it so it's not just bland. I plan to use Doki's intro music. And it is royalty free, so I can't use it. And then I plan to and then I need to slap an outro on it just so it can, detect other stuff. And then send it out. Doki has not, to my knowledge, seen the original cross stitch. She never retweeted it or anything, but that was just poor timing on my part because I posted it during a time where she was moving and pretty much had no internet access. Fuck off, Raycons! Fuck off! Stay put! God damn you! I don't even know what I'm hitting. They charge under my desk, but I'm not anywhere near fucking touching them. Anyways, yes. So I don't know. I'm hoping I can have it out by the end of the week. Maybe I can try and get it out for Saturday. What's today? Thursday, right? Yeah, I could probably finish it up tonight or tomorrow, depending on how the stream goes. And from there, we will see, and hopefully Doki sees it and compliments on it. I would really like, not to say I need her vindication, but I know Doki's really big into artists in the community in regards to that. She loves fan art. And I also, but everyone wants validation when you put in any kind of work for something. You want validation, right? Whether it's at work, you want validation for doing a good job, or whether it's, doing fan art and wanting validation for who the drawing is based off of. So, we'll see. Once again, I have no idea when I'm going to do the next one. The whole plan is weeks off. I also refuse to do one until my back gets better. Also, while I do want to use lesser colors next time forward, bread still costs money. And keep in mind that even though this Doki one, yes, it used 139 colors, and yes, I did not need to use 139 colors. Do keep in mind that I still needed to buy over 100 of the colors. I had a lot of colors from the previous 2 cross stitches that I was attempting to do. I had a lot of them, and I still needed to buy over 100 colors. for Doki. I needed to buy, I think, about 101 colors. And they're about 70 cents a skein, so they're not like horribly expensive. But keep in mind, all this cost me basically about $90. You know, with taxes and then shipping costs for the remaining 5 that I couldn't find in the store, you know. So until I get a job, I also don't want to try another one either. But yeah. So with that said, I already know what my next 2 are going to be. The next 2 are more personal to me than the Doki one. After the next 2, I have full intentions of just doing it more like a fan art thing. What I might do, dependingly, is if I can still commission if I have the money, but if I don't, like, I may just ask artists if I can utilize their work in terms of a cross stitch. With, you know, obviously crediting them and stuff, or something. We'll see. Because, you know, it's not that I necessarily want free work, like free art. I was so thankful that Min allowed me for that, but the next 2 aren't going to cost me well, the first one technically did, because the next one is going to be me cross-stitching the commissioned work of me and Min. This one right here on screen. I'm going to crop out all the background and stuff. And I might stitch in the top. We'll see. Like the words. But it's just going to be the image of me and Min. Like, I'm going to try and do that one. And then the following one is going to be of Try Again. Or May, the person that drew this, but also gave me huge advice on how to go about succeeding with that. Like, without her advice, which was pretty much like, not only have we talked a little bit about art and stuff, but her advice about doing the watch along is literally 99% of the reason I got that streak done. No, maybe I'd say 90%. The other, I'd say the other 9.9% was that Min made that, I said, you know, like, something along the lines of like, hey, it'd be really cool if, you know, I wish there was I just need a more simple drawing for the next cross stitch. She goes, I could draw you one. Like, she offered to draw me one. I said, you really? I'm not gonna ask that for you, but are you really? She's like, yeah, I've been meaning to just do some art for fun. So she ended up making the Doki Bird YCH in around February, and then just sent me a screenshot of that. So I was immensely grateful for her for willing to do that. So I had the art like just on standby for months. So that was another motivator. It's like, Min did this with my, so I really should do it. So, you know, but Min's also been a really great friend of mine since I debuted, right? So, but Try's advice, like, as I tried cross-stitching before in the past, I commissioned artwork to cross-stitch, and in the end, it just never came through. The projects were too big, they were too detailed, and they, in the end, I just got bored. No one was showing up, and royalty-free music for hours on end gets really irritatingly boring. So the watch-along idea, it literally kept me sane the entire time. Not only was I commenting on the cross-stitch while I was working on it, but I was commenting on what I was watching at the times. Like, what did we watch? Day one was... What was day one? Day one was... I actually want to look these up. Day one, we watched My Dress Up Darling and In the Land of Leodel. And my computer doesn't like Grim Dawn right now. Sorry, I got a message. I'm just dealing with that. Oh yeah, so we watched My Dress Up Darling and In the Land of Leodel. Part 2 was... it was my... I'm in Love with the Villainess and My Next Life as a Villainess. All routes lead to Doom. Plus the 30-minute OVA. And then we bonus watched the Digimon movie. Part 3 was... This one was... I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. As well as Reincarnated as a Sword. And then bonus, we watched the first five or so episodes of Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill. And then part 4 was finishing watching that, watching the first 4 Pokemon movies, and then bonus watched rewatched the OVA from the My Next Life as a Villainess. So that was what we ended up watching the entire movie. Alrighty. So with that said, yeah, let's get into the game now. I've delayed long enough. Oh. I'm dumb, so that's why. I'm like, why isn't it changing? Why isn't it changing? Because I was hitting the chatting screen option, not the PC option. Alright, start. Alright, so we just got to, I think, like, the next city? I don't know. I remember we died last stream. Because we were fighting enemies that had, like, way too much health. We'll have to come back and deal with that later. It was an optional dungeon anyways. That are designed to have enemies with too much health. Alright, let's see what I got here. Oh, there's fire and burn damage. But I prefer the bonuses to the base stats there.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Okay, let's go see the bank.
I'll keep your stash safe.
I don't know, I feel like this one's better than the other one. Like, I don't know how much 8% health is, but it has higher regen. Also, the fire and lightning resistance are actually pretty good because those are at 22 right now. I would put them up pretty high. I actually gain about 190 HP. But I'll take the higher regen. Alright.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Forgot, I put a component on this, didn't I? Plus 8 to all stats.
See you around.
They just looted a corpse just outside of their camp. Yeah, in all honesty, I don't think there was ever a likelihood chance I don't think there was ever a likelihood chance of me being upset with whatever build the randomization gave me. In my past attempts with this game, I've never been upset with anything the game has passed upon me. Or I've never been upset with any of the builds I've created or anything. The only problem I had was I'm just so indecisive. I didn't know what to actually play. So the randomization element of this, I think, was actually a very needed element to just allow me to make up my mind. Because, like, we've seen it with, I would say Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, where, like, how creative I got with some of the build comps that I did. But we can also see how much work I went. There's streams where I literally just went through, like...
Now, stranger.
What do you know about that? Talented boy, that one. He's a talented boy, that one. The way he weaves magical properties into his craft astounds even me. Sometimes. I prefer a finely honed blade and a solid shield to that nonsense, though. Duncan was my finest apprentice, but he still needs to learn some priorities. Those people need to... he's trying to help, can't even help themselves. Our knowledge is a rare gift. We cannot squander it on those that fight or refuse to fight for Karn. Devil's Crossing, eh? You certainly do seem like the capable sort. The rest of your group is anything like you? Well, humanity just might stand a chance. Very well. I'll be your armorer. Together we'll finally strike back against the, I'll see you in Devil's Crossing. But yeah, like, we saw in Wonderlands how many times I stopped streaming to reconstruct teams, or reconstruct character builds and stuff, and I didn't want this to turn into that. We saw in Guild Wars how indecisive I could be, right? Like I said, my Sylvari Revenant was my third attempt at a character in that game. I just got indecisive. Well, I never actually tried Hammer much, and this was before they were revealing. Like, I actually have an Elementalist now that just runs straight Celestial gear and has a bunch of different builds and weapon usages and stuff, but they all use the same gear. And that, honestly, that build would have saved me a lot of money. But keep in mind, how long was I playing the game before that option even became available? All right, next level up. All the points going to the bottom. So I'm really happy that I feel like I'm that kind of person. I can find how to make something work based on what you give me. And so that's what but if you give me full options, I have no idea what to start or where to go or what to do. Like, none of that. So I think it was a smart move to basically force a computer to give me my options rather than give myself full options. And I like where this build's going. And the thing is, this build could have gone in two different ways. Because after I decided on this build, if there was an ability to set up a second loadout, I would actually run like probably a bit of a summoners. Shaman has summoning options. Demolitionist does not, though, so I don't know if I really would have gone with that. Don't worry. I'll make sure. Oh, I did not want to do that. This is what I wanted. I'll make sure to go through and customize my options and stuff later. Like figure out what I want to do. That's better. I will happily equip that. Right now, until I can get like, it's hard. Like, we're not in like games like this. It's really hard to be like, this is my end game thing, because it's like, yeah, well, it's end game for the next hour before you find something better. Like, I can understand, like, I will say this. So, going into the game's plot now, or that quest we were doing with the blacksmiths, I can understand both of their points of view. One guy wants to save everyone, but not everyone, not to say that not everyone isn't worth saving, you know? In a lot of cases, you should try to save everyone. But in some cases, you have to like, it's the age-old ideal of one for many kind of thing, right? Like, how many people are you willing to sacrifice versus how many people you'll save in the process? It's a tough challenge to make, and that's really what the decision was about. One wanted to save as many people as he could, and one realized, and the other was pretty much saying, it's like, look, we could do that, but some of these people aren't, like, admittingly, they're just not strong enough to survive, right? And he wants to save less but more capable people that can help them survive better, right? Like and they're blacksmiths, right? So by saving, it's like one guy wants to make weapons for everyone, but not everyone knows how to fight, and the other guy wants to make weapons only for those that know how to fight, because they'll fight better. I don't think either one of them is wrong, but it's a morals debate. And that's what I like about games like this, is you never truly win in games like this, right? With certain decisions. Games like this, Skyrim, right? There's a lot of quests that can definitively put you in a situation where you're not right or wrong with whatever you choose. And I think in Skyrim did it wonderfully with some of the quests. One of the quests they did was really early on in the game with that woman. The Red Guard woman, right? Where they're trying to find the one. One side says one thing, one side says the other, but sadly you don't fully have enough information. At least, like, some people have tried to speculate who is actually in the right and wrong, and most people came to the conclusion that the Red Guard woman is in the wrong, which I generally go that route anyways, but But, in all honesty, the truth of the matter is that, yes, the game doesn't provide you with any real evidence to say who is right or wrong in this scenario. You are literally the deciding factor in a he said, she said argument. And there's nothing you can really do to dissuade that. Outside of just picking the side you agree with the most. It puts you in a moral dilemma, and it makes you have to decide who is the one that has to face the consequences. Especially in a scenario like that, where you're forced to be the middleman. Like, can you imagine being put in a scenario where you're potentially, some see you as the good guy, some see you as the bad guy, no matter what option you pick? The only real problem is there are a lot of games that don't, like, this is why the Telltale games were so popular, is because those games really actually made you feel the consequences of the decisions you made. Right? Most games, like, for example, in the Skyrim one, there's no consequence for that Redguard woman decision. None at all. It just kind of affects the reward you get. And that's pretty much it. But in terms of, like, the Telltale's games, yes, there are consequences. Some of them are quite severe. Like, the only Telltale games I played was Tales of the Borderlands. I never beat it, but, like, I remember I didn't save the loader at the beginning of that. And because I didn't save the loader, it kept treating me with, like, disrespect throughout the rest of the game because it remembered that I didn't help him. Right, so... And I was actually surprised the first time I played Kingdoms of Amalur and learned about the Warsworn consequence. That is the only real event I've seen in a game like that that gave you legitimate consequence. That I've seen.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. My inventory is full. I can't carry anymore.
Thank you, game, for prioritizing an item I can't pick up versus the portal I need to take so I can go and sell stuff.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Yeah, I can't, this one gives me bonuses, but I don't have access to them, so I'm just gonna sell it.
Spent.
Okay, we'll go deposit more lodestone stuff. Many strong people. My hammer will be put to good use. Thank you for bringing me here. Enlist the help of a blacksmith. Part of me still wants to look into getting a gun, so...
Got something we need stashed. I'll keep an eye on this.
But I just know I can't really use a gun too much, because I'm pretty sure out of the build I want to use doesn't, there are some skills that, while it says two-handed, they don't affect... They only affect two-handed melee. Or no, I think it just came down to cunning, because you need cunning to utilize ranged weaponry. But cunning is not necessarily where I want my... Yeah, that's the problem, is I just can't equip any of it. Like, there's an... This one's not half bad. It's a blunderbuss, though, but it's, it is 28% of physical damage converted to lightning damage. But I need a lot of points in cunning even to be able to use it. And I just don't think there's anything... Like, there's a magic ring that buffs cunning by 21, but I'd still need, like, a lot of that kind of stuff.
To good use. Come see what's left of my wares.
Like, I might be able to utilize crossbows, but I can't use guns. Crossbows seem to have a lower stat requirement. Or at least the weaker ones do. Yeah, the really good guns require 197, but some of the average guns I can either equip with 96 or equipped at 129, which would literally be about 1 point into cunning. There's acid, there's chaos.
See you around. Come see what's left of my wares.
But you can see all these guns are way too strong for me. They're all like 197s. So I think that's the difference between these merchants. Is this merchant is going to sell higher level equipment.
Put it to good use.
Oh, I used 2 attacks. Hey, Mario! Boy, has it been a long time. You missed Nick yesterday, and we had someone else in. We were, the 3 of us were talking about Digimon. How you doing? To be fair, Nick's only recently come back too. That's fantastic. Glad to hear it. Oh. God damn you all. Oh, you did? I haven't seen it yet. You can tell me if it's good, but try not to tell me too much. Well, that's cool. Nick's been talking about the new Digimon manga, the Digimon Liberation or something like that. I have issues with Last Kizuna. I think I've talked about them on stream, but I have issues with that movie. I don't think it's terrible, but I do have issues with it. I feel like I understand the reason why the director of the movie, the original director, that directed the entirety of the Adventures franchise, walked out of the movie. I have no idea. I've not been reading the manga. I'm pretty sure I read that the director that was originally directing the Last Kizuna movie was also the director that was behind Adventures, Adventures 2. He was also behind Digimon Tri. He's been in charge of all of those Digimon seasons, and he walked out on the movie. But there was never a reason specified, and I think I fully understand why. Do you want to hear my gripes about the Last Kizuna movie? Because I'll go over them. And how it could have been fixed.
Well, I'll be a living person.
I've been stranded out here since Burwich fell. Fortified myself on this little island, or little patch of island, cooking whatever critters get too close while waiting for the inevitable end. You're welcome sight for sore eyes. 12 months ago. How have you survived this long? Well, I can cook for one. I used to work in the capital and had the honor of preparing meals for a couple noble houses and many foreign dignitaries. I'm not a fighter, but I've learned to hunt a bit when necessary. Gets me by. Scraps of bone rat aren't exactly fine dining, though. Most of all, I just keep quiet and observe. What about you? Where do you hail from? Prison of yours sounds like a haven compared to my current dwelling. I bet I could do my share as well. Men fight better on full stomachs. How will I get all my equipment to Devil's Crossing? I can open Earthgate safe through that portal. I've only ever seen one of those before, and it wasn't spitting out the good guys. I really hope you're not trying to pull one on me. Here goes nothing. Yeah, so here's my full issues, and I'll explain how it fixed. So my primary issue comes down to the idea that the Digimon partners can lose their Digimon. I hate that. And I hate how, because Matt and Ty have a brief moment that a lot of young adults go through where they lose direction in life, all of a sudden are risking losing their Digimon over it. I feel like that was dumb. But I feel like it could have been salvaged. They could have still kept a part of that. So it all starts with that girl who grew up too fast and lost her Digimon and was obsessed with reforming it, right? But what if instead of that, what if she was a girl that was really smart and intelligent, just as she is, but instead of developing too fast, she was researching the bond between Digimon and partner, and while researching it, accidentally severed the bond between her and her Digimon, which led to her Digimon fading. and dying, right? So, and then she obsessed with getting her Digimon back, and she finds a way to do it she finds how to replicate that, and ends up doing it to Tai and Matt, putting putting Agumon and Gabumon basically on a timer. And they win with the same evolutions, the evolutions they use, because those were fucking badass evolutions, I'm gonna say. But in the process of winning, it frees them from the curse, which they thought, like, this was going to be their last Digivolution, but that solves them from the curse. And they end up being able to live on, and Matt and Tai, and then, it's a good ending. To me, that's how it would have gotten fixed. That's how you could have kept most of the plot, but changed, monsters deal additional physical damage. I see a boss. How much health does it have? Oh my god, I'm leaving. I couldn't kill the enemy that had 27,000 health. How the fuck am I killing the guy that has 68? Like, before I call a movie bad or, like, content bad, I like to try to see if there's a way to salvage what already existed, right? So I could be like, I don't necessarily hate everything they did, but here's just some tweaks that I feel like could have made it better. Right? I'm not one of those people that just says, oh, this was fucking awful, let's scrap the whole thing and just pretend it never existed. I like to think a little bit more open-minded and be like, oh, it's not all bad. Like, I did this with Borderlands 3. When I was playing through that a second time, I had discussions on that. About how much about things they could have done to fix the game without actually changing too much. Actually, not to say you're wrong, but you're wrong. Because the writers specifically said it's still canon with this. It can still be canon with the series. Because they say at the end that it's right before Agumon disappears, that it's not necessarily the end, there's always a chance. And then Agumon vanishes. And that line is supposed to imply that Agumon and Gabumon come back by the ending of 02. They said in an interview that it still lines up with the ending of what 02 created. But I bet you anything, the original director walked because he didn't like the idea of Tai and Matt losing their Digimon. He didn't like this canonical idea that Digimon and their partners could be separated. I bet you that's why he left. And to be perfectly honest, I agree with him because I feel like that's awfully late into a pre-built franchise to suddenly say, oh yeah, the bonds they've been sharing this whole time are circumstantial, which is bullshit. We've come to love and understand how powerful the bond is between Digimon and Digidestined, but it's only circumstantial. If you don't have enough imagination, fuck you. Or ambition, or whatever the fuck it is. But, like, I think, like, I'm not saying my idea is any better, but what would you say, what's your thoughts on my idea, Mario? You know, the idea where the plot's generally still the same, just that the idea behind it changes. So instead of it being something that can just happen, it's done through someone that accidentally erased her own Digimon, and then basically got so bitter that she wanted to do it to others. And Matt and Tai became her first victims, and they managed to stop the curse though before it actually destroyed their Digimon, instead of Agumon and Gabumon actually fading. Because I feel like it would have kept the same idea, and what it could have done is shown the consequences of what could happen if Digimon and Partner's bond was severed. And they could have even talked about a deeper issue of, like, what would happen to a Digimon if their partner dies, for example. Because Digimon are effectively immortal in a way, right? But, like, so, like, and this could be represented by Oikawa's Digimon showing up, right? Where Oikawa's dead, but he's, like, but just because he's dead doesn't mean that the bond he shared with his Digimon is gone. I might actually keep that. That gives me health return. Oh. I am, like, again, I don't want to act like my ideas are the be-all end-all, so I'm curious as to what your thoughts on my idea is. I don't think that defense is like the bonuses this provides doesn't counter the defense game. It isn't worth it. Something like that. Like, yeah. Well, my idea didn't lead to them dying anyways. My idea led to destroying the Digimon, like let's say her reforming her Digimon, that Digimon is like in the movie, that Digimon was what was holding the Digidestin locked in this like state in the states they were in. But we could say instead that defeating that Digimon freed them of the curse that would have killed them. I want to definitely keep an eye on rings and belts and stuff. Like any type of accessory that has, or metal or anything that has the opportunity to really raise cunning. Because I actually really want to try and get high cunning, but without having to fully invest into it. Just because I would like to wield a gun. Oh, I gotta save this. I gotta save this. 47% damage converted to lightning, buffs lightning. So what I can do is I can put the fire relic on this instead. And then it says, what's that bonus to? +4 to primal strike, which is one of the skills I have. I think it's in Shaman. Yeah, this one. Now, granted, I have no intention of getting this skill to if I remember correctly, but, you know. I could get away with maybe putting 1 point into it. Just with being able to get the +4, but probably not. But either way, it's a stronger weapon. It's a much stronger weapon that still fits in my lightning and fire damage aspect. I just need to be 19. I am currently level 18, so 1 level up, and I can equip that. Now, when you say remake of Adventure, I'm assuming you mean a 1-for-1 remake of the 90s show and not whatever 2020 was. I'm not saying the 2021 was bad. I'm just saying, like, you want a 1-for-1 remake rather than a reboot. Because the problem is it's hard to do a remake nowadays, especially with something so specific as Digimon. The reason why is because, so I'll explain this. My only gripe with 2020 is that it didn't slow down. Every episode led to the next fight, the next conflict. There was very few episodes that made it feel like they could take a breather. And that part bothered me a lot. But what I will say is, the 2020 remake absolutely encapsulated the idea of what technology is now. See, you could more or less reboot Pokemon, and all you'd have to do is just kind of add in new Pokemon. And they technically did that with the movies. Like, starting from, what was it, the Pokemon movie with Ho-Oh, where it was basically an imagined alternate world where Ash chose a different path than the one he had in the anime. And all they had to do was just include new Pokemon. It didn't actually change the real plot or anything. But in Digimon, not only are there new Digimon and stuff with different concepts and how they affect the digital world and stuff, but technology has evolved. The original Digimon anime came out in 1999. The 2021 came out 2021 years later, with technology advancing significantly. Remember in the Digimon movie where where Genai commented about how hard it was to get the Digimon on the internet because like they treated it like the internet and the digital world were separate, right? But 2020 treats it almost like it's the same thing. Just more like the internet is a gateway to the digital world. It's sort of like that in-between world that they were in. There's so many concepts that evolved just because, like, Izzy used to use a laptop, which was, frankly, like a rich kid thing back in the 90s. For a kid like Izzy to have a laptop like that in the 90s, oh my god, like, that's a rich kid thing. But now he has this tablet, right? And he knows corners of the internet that, like, only a real techie would know, right? Like, that is a proper evolution of Izzy's character with the technology. So I feel like, not that I wouldn't want to see it, but I just feel like it would be really hard to do a one-for-one remake because the show would be so outdated just because of how technology has advanced within Pokemon, or within Digimon, and in the real world. Digimon is a technological franchise, right? So with technology evolving, it has to upkeep with that. So I'm not saying no, I wouldn't like to see it. It'd be interesting, but I'm just saying it would be kind of hard to do while still getting newer fans, right? Like, you know, you're playing more towards the nostalgia of the 90s fans. That's why they rebooted rebooted it in 2020, was to try and a different take on the same franchise. All right, anyway, I'm trying to decide, do I go with explosive? I only got 1 point right now before I can level up again. I can put 1 point into here, which increases some main hand damage. Adds explosion, burning, or I could put 1 point into here, which gives me another skill. Oh, this is the passive. So they're both passives. Let me check my thing here. Zulin's eternal flame once brought life and healing to the world, but betrayal and torment twisted his gift into a weapon of vengeance. Those sworn to him receive vigor in battle and fiery retaliation upon their foes. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what they did with Adventure. Yeah, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is, it's like, you need to understand that Digimon is a show about technology, and technology has advanced immensely over the 20 years between Adventure 1 and Adventure 2020. And you can't ignore the way technology works. A lot of the plots they had in 2020, they couldn't have in 99. Because the technology just wasn't even there. But a lot of the plots they had in 99 wouldn't even exist in 2020 because they're so outdated. right? Like, that's what I mean. Additionally, I think 2020 did a good job of representing that the digital world had far more of an impact on the real world. Like, the beginning showed, like, the seasons going out of whack and stuff, but beyond that, it didn't really show a whole representation that, though two worlds were that connected until, like, Diaboromon with the internet thing. Season 2 didn't really show much either, I would say, either, outside of Myotismon trying to bring darkness to the world. But Season 3 showed it with the D-Reaper, a little bit. But I would say, like, I don't know. I feel like Season 4 did a much better job, or not Season 4, but 2020 did a much better job with showing the connection the digital world has to the real world. I'm trying to decide. Like, I didn't realize this was a passive. Which is, I'm fine with that, but I'm just trying to understand how this thing works. Vindictive Flame, Eternal Flame. Let me search this. Grim Dawn Vindictive Flame. So it goes off when you get hit. So I'm not actually against that because I get hit regardless a lot. I'll go for it. Let's put 1 point into that for now. If I wouldn't actually be against the remake of Tamers, because there's one thing I want them to fucking do with the remake of Tamers. Tamers fucking drop, like, if you're gonna fucking shell out your animated show to sell the goddamn card game, keep the fucking card game relevant for the entire show. That's my gripe. I'm pretty sure, like, the last card swipe that was used was when, what's her name, had Leomon, Jerry had Leomon use Lady Devimon's power. Which I'm pretty sure might have been the only time they swiped a Digimon card and not a modifier card. I'm pretty sure, I think Nick said that Digimon Insurgents actually uses the newer trading card game, which I'm fine with. But I just want to say that I just don't, like, I liked this idea that the card game was relevant, Like, that's how the whole thing built up, was that they could swipe cards on their Digimon. And then once the whole Biomerge thing got involved, like, in all honesty, the Biomerge, like, it's set up for Season 4, which is my favorite season, but Biomerge really wasn't needed. Really wasn't needed. Personally, to me, I think they should have kept along with the process of evolving the Digimon, or, like, of utilizing the cards instead of biomerging. The season should have stuck with the trading card game as its mechanic. Because the problem is it just makes it look like such a more blatant chill to the card game. For the card game, when you look at it like that. But ain't my savior, I cannot thank you enough. I finally get to cook for other people again. Here, have some soup. Could use some salt, but Captain Whiskey over there insists that it's for combat use only. Come back anytime. I've got a few old stories to tell if you have an ear. Tell one of your stories. Let's get this selling quickly before I turn in the quest here.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Well, it was useful up until Ultimate, but like they really didn't need the biomerge. They could have just kept using the card system. They even demonstrated how capable it could be when Jerry used Lady Devimon's card on Leomon to defeat Orochimon. They didn't even use the cards on the Digidestin that couldn't biomerge. Gardromon just started fucking launching missiles. They could have used the card system to launch, they could have used the card system to, for them. Even then, there is a fan fiction I read. I believe it's called Millennium Wars. It's a Naruto, Tamers crossover. Naruto gets somehow sent to that world. He ends up with a Digimon partner, Dorumon, and then later Gatomon as well. And, the Sovereign give Naruto Digimon cards of all 4 of their attacks. Fucking Omega level cards. And he uses them in the fanfiction. Wouldn't it have been cool if one of the 4 main characters, like including Rio, instead of biomerging, each got one of those cards from each of the Sovereign? And that was their kind of trump card thing?
around.
I'll keep your stash safe.
I think it's just a combination of a bunch of shit. Like, the writers just didn't know how to incorporate the cards anymore and gave up.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Have you found a rift gate in Burwich? What's the situation out there?
Storming with ethereal corruption, but the rift
Good
gate is
work.
secured.
While you were gone, I dug through some of the files in this office, and I think we have our target. As you are acutely aware, ethereals can possess humans and bend them to their will. I always had my suspicions, but now I have little doubt. The former warden of this prison is possessed. Well before the Grim Dawn, in fact. There have
Can
been
be so
countless
sure.
holes in the prison records, prisoners just disappearing, never to be seen again. The warden's personal logs paint a more complete picture. He's been transferring prisoners into a secret facility underneath his mansion in Burwich Village for years. What for, I don't know, but I'm sure it wasn't for rehabilitation. There are also several mentions of ethereals and rift gates. I need you to find this man, or whatever he has become.
We're gonna find
Warden
him.
Krieg owned a mansion in the northern district of Burwich Village. The logs indicate that his facilities can be reached via the cellar. I'm afraid I don't have more to go on, but if we want to strike back at the ethereal power structure in the region, the Warden is our prime target.
I will end the warden's life. Bye. Bye. Oh, is that just, it's just a different path? I got it. So, oh, you know what I forgot to do? Probably go do this really quick. Let's go. Well, yeah, that could have been cool too. Like, what if they were given the cards of the Sovereign, use their attacks, but then were able to channel the power of the attacks, and that's how those four go mega instead.
Got something you need stashed?
Oh, I cannot believe. One thing, what I will do though is this thing's gonna go.
I'll keep an eye on this.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Let me actually check the component. One second. I'm back here again. Let me check the rings. As I mentioned before, I want to try and see if I can find something that can buff. Fire damage bonuses. There's 10% cunning, which would give me 15.
Put it to good use. I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
That's 22 cunning right there. And lifesteal. 9% cunning and electrocution damage. Problem is I won't get rid of... like, if I'm getting rid of a ring, it's the left one. Like, the one that's in the middle. I'm not getting rid of the green one because of the damage bonuses it gives. 9% electrocute, 14 burn, and then just straight up 15% elemental damage. So all elements are getting buffed with that thing. I'm not ditching that. There's metals, though, too. I should look at these. I got money to squander here, so... The problem is Beelzemon wasn't really a main character. Fuck you. And just with that, I now have enough cunning to equip a pretty capable
See anything
gun.
you like?
I just want to make sure that I get one though that converts the either fire or electric. Yeah, but he wasn't even really revealed to be a Digidestin. Like, well, he was, but he was revealed to be a Digidestin Digimon, but he wasn't revealed. Like, he resented his Digimon partners for a long time. Elemental damage is a combination of 3 basic elements: fire, ice, lightning. When it appears as flat damage, elemental damage will be dealt 1/3 fire, 1/3 ice, 1/3 lightning, divided equally. Percentage elemental damage on the hand is bonus to all 3 elements equal to the full value. Okay, so yeah, so that means that elemental damage, anything with elemental damage on it, is a bonus to all 3 elements. So that ring that I was looking at, the green ring, that it chose to unequip for whatever dumb reason. That 15% elemental damage is 15 fire, ice, and lightning damage. Alright, see you later, Mario. Thanks for dropping by again. It was fantastic to see you again. I'm gonna put a couple points in here just to give me some more energy.
Well spent. Come see what's left of my wares. Well spent. Come see what's left of my wares.
Elemental damage isn't bad. Well, this doesn't convert damage to elemental damage, though. There's a crossbow that converts to lightning.
Iron well spent.
Let me go get another fire conversion gem.
Got something you need stashed? I'll hold on to that for you.
Yeah, range is just an option in case I really, really need it. I just realized something. Let me just portal back to the city because I got a quest I need to turn in. It's also a safe spot. I can figure something out here. How do I get that skill? Oh my god, the ethereals really do not like me. I'm getting close to... and beasts have already overlapped. I'm now despised by beasts. I'm friendly with Devil's Crossing now. Yeah, so this is going to be a bit tricky because I lose this skill the moment I and it's that skill has been so useful to me for clearing rooms. Like, I'm not even kidding. I almost kind of want to override it just to keep it.
What do you want?
I wouldn't believe anything it says. It's slander. Your schemes are finished and your life forfeit. Damn that cult. I knew this would catch up to me someday. Well, don't expect me to go without a fight.
What's with all the commotion?
You're sabotaging us. He damaged the well
I trusted
pump.
that son of a slith. Thank you for uncovering this betrayal. Who knows what other damage he could have caused if left to his devices.
I do what I can.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Like, it's especially important too when you just consider, like, I feel like I can leave the fire one on the crossbow because ranged is ranged, but I feel like I need to actually put this on here. Can I not now? Yeah, you can after the appropriate quest. Kasparov's quest. Okay, so it's coming up. I rescue the person coming up. It's actually one of the active quests I have. The inventor's apprentice. She's the one that can do it for me. So I guess I'll have to run it like this for now.
I'll keep an eye out on this.
Yeah, that AoE attack is just too good to pass up. Like, I don't have anything else like it, so I can't really risk, you know, turning it away. The only actual active skill I'm going to end up having by the end of this is the grenade. The skill right here, Grenado. But even then, it has a cooldown. This skill does not have... The electric gem skill does not have a cooldown. What's its cooldown at max? Oh, it doesn't change. You know, the real part gets once you get to high impact. So right here, I'm gonna get it, but I won't be using it because it's only physical damage. This will convert all the physical damage into lightning damage. Then it starts getting affected by my modifiers more, since I'm building for fire and lightning and stuff. And then here will not only boost the physical damage, which in turn boosts the electrical damage, but will also add fire damage to the mix. And here this will boost the fire damage. And the internal trauma. Eternal trauma is the DOT of physical damage, so that will also get converted to a lightning damage. Internal trauma gets converted to electrical damage. Like electrocute damage. I'll still have fire damage because I'm using Fire Strike, which adds fire damage to my damage. Or adds fire damage to all my attacks. So it's not like I'm going to be without fire damage. I just lose probably a majority of it, but I make it up by gaining lightning damage, which I don't think I can actually do. Let's finish killing off all these guys here, and then we'll take a look. Let me just pick up all the stuff I couldn't get because I kept getting in combat. Alright, so we open this up and we go to skills here. This one you can see, main hand damage, you know, increase fire damage plus physical damage. This boosts fire and lightning damage and adds fire damage to my attacks. I know, flame touched is, I think, fire retaliation. Never mind. Oh yeah, augments attacks and retaliates damage, yeah. And then you have this one. So this one adds electric damage to your two-handed weapons. So yeah, technically, and it also increases physical damage too. Yes, I will lose some fire damage because I won't have the conversion on the melee. But that's fine. Thing is, I'm pretty sure I feel like I get more boosts to lightning than I do to fire. Because this boosts both lightning and fire damage. While, this one boosts lightning damage. Or no, that one doesn't boost lightning damage, just boosts physical. And that boosts main hand damage and physical. I leveled up. Kind of figured I was going to level up on that. You know what that means? New weapon time. Why did I drop that? I also realized that I don't have these out. Oh, there's one right there, plus 20% energy. That could actually be really useful in the future. It's a head, rings, and amulet. And metals. I think right now I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna apply it to the amulet here. If I get a better amulet, I'll just take off the gem. Because I do need to make sure I'm keeping up with some energy, and that alone should kind of fix that problem. Well, because I have a lot of passive skills that, as you can see down at the bottom, are reserving energy. And that number's only going to get higher. And it doesn't reserve percentage. Look, my door. Oh no, the Rotten Walkers are going to hear you and they'll file. And they're going to find little Walter and me. What are you doing? Burwitch, you've been here the whole time. You won't have to worry the rotten ones anymore. I'm here to purge them. Can't go anywhere. Nowhere is safe but here. This is where we have to stay. Yes, yes. Yeah, well. Guy lost his mind. The amulet's worth keeping because it has life regeneration. There does seem to be a little bit of an AoE on this. It's just not very large. Now we'll just have to see where this goes. I'm gonna give it a benefit of the doubt before I say, fuck this, it's not working, but... It is nice to have a ranged attack on my melee weapon, though, that's for sure. He flew. gonna max explosive strike next. Yeah, so now you can see there's a small bit of a fiery explosion effect when I swing. Yeah, that's Oh, fuck you. You know, I don't actually recall ever agreeing to change maps. Fucking putting a challenge this goddamn close to the fucking map change.
I can't carry it. Inventory is full.
This is filled one for, like, completely. Wait, let's head back.
See anything you like?
Ooh, those are good. Yeah, those are also really good. That's 13% all damage. I will take that. I will also sell those. I just don't see a reason to keep them. I have a 100% chance to hit and a 14% crit chance. And I have a 92% chance to be hit and a 2.2% chance to be critted. It's like better all across the board, especially towards what my build is.
Iron well spent.
I'm assuming I need to keep going forward for this story mission, so let's go get this side mission out of the way here. Decided though that this, I'm going to add to these gloves. That'll give me some more health regen. I don't see myself necessarily getting rid of these gloves anytime soon, and I'm literally about to unlock a person that gives me the ability to remove gems or items, and when an item gets out of date, I don't need it anymore, so I'd rather keep the gem. Can't believe somebody found me out here. Came down into the cellar looking for supplies and got cut off from the surface by the dead. I don't know what to do. Here, I can open a rift gate and get you to the city. Do that? Can't say that raises my confidence in you, but then again, I don't like the alternatives either. Portal away. Yeah, I absolutely have to get the lightning skill. I can't, like, I almost died there because I couldn't AoE. Kazro spared no time in putting me back to work, so I'm here for all your schematic needs. Just ask.
Need something broken down?
Item.
Bring me back something interesting.
Why did it get rid of the fireball when it's... Like, I still have an item with it equipped. There we go. Got it back.
Come see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use.
This is actually going to be stronger too because the weapon itself also gives huge bonuses to lightning damage. Alright, let's get out of here. That's a blue helmet. I'll clear the area and then see what that's all about. Gotta make sure I explore a bit more here. Like, I know this is where the quest is, but I'll keep that because I think there's an achievement for completing a full set of armor. So let's check out the Eastern Village first. I don't think there's anyone even in there. I think I might have killed everyone in that house. Heroes have barred the way north from Burwich, likely to stop anyone attempting to flee the carnage. Take some powerful arcane ritual to dispel it. So that way is legitimately blocked. So we'll head to the west then. Actually, let me head... I wonder if this is probably how it all connects.
That skill's not ready.
Be you. Oh yeah, the weapon has the chain lightning effect. 33% chance of triggering, I believe. It triggered off of that too. Holy fuck. Thanks for the levels though, dudes. I honestly feel like the progression in this game is just right. The level cap here is 100, by the way. I don't know if I'm actually going to reach that or not, but it doesn't really fully matter to me. I know what I'm putting my points into anyways. I'm probably not even going to be touching these traits until till the end. But all these are just passive bonuses on my two-handed weapon. So this makes it so there's a 12% chance when I attack to do like some type of bonus attack here. And then this one is on crit, I do lightning damage or an extra attack that does like lightning damage and stuff like that. This has lifesteal on it though, which is why it's not too bad. And I think the percentage goes up to like, what's the percentage cap on that? 26% chance to trigger. So pretty much 1 in 4. It's not bad. And you get 20% lifesteal. This is absolutely one of those games, though, that I'm sure you could get a lot of hours out of if you really like doing different builds and stuff. But it's one of those games where it's like, once I beat this, I probably will never touch it again for like a while. Because the problem is I have big problems with big RPGs like this because the growth is so steady that by the time you're at the end, you can't start over again because I can't just start over again because I'm so used to being powerful. And because the whole loot system here is random, it's hard to just be like, oh, I can just be powerful again from the beginning. The effect in this area. Total health, so enemies have 8% more health. That's not even a bad modifier. Like, if an enemy has 8% more health and I'm still doing 1,000 damage, if they don't have 1,000 health, they're still not surviving my attack. Like, don't discredit 8% though. Like, when you break it down, like, if an enemy has 300 health, that's, you know, it's 8 HP for every 100 health the enemy has. I do actually get more cunning doing that, but I lose out on the lightning damage. That I'll keep. I know it doesn't look like much and it might be lower level, but having +2 and on those 2 skills could be useful on the classes they benefit. That's something I'll probably keep too, because I could pass that to another class. That's a lot of spirit to have at level 14. For like a mage character, that could be a lot. Yeah, it almost got pretty touch and go there for a moment, though. I did almost die. Thankfully, I appreciate that this game just has a potion on cooldown. I really like games that are just like I don't mind games that have potions. Like, it really depends on how the potion system works in the game. But like, I don't mind having a heal that's on cooldown, like in Guild Wars or in this, or potions like in MapleStory, where it's like, or in Kingdoms of Amalur, where you can basically just spam potions whenever you want, but you have to get them yourself. I remember in MapleStory, I don't know if they were the most efficient potions, but there were percentage once you got high enough, fixed recovery potions didn't work anymore, so you had to start getting percentage ones, and the only shop that really sold them was in New Leaf City. So I actually had a mule character, or I don't know if it was a mule, but just a character that was stationed in New Leaf City, and his only role was to buy. I would send money over to him, and then he would buy the potions, and then put them in the bank for me.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, that's way too much loot for me to be able to pick up and sell.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. Iron well spent.
Let's go bunk stuff.
Got something you need stashed?
I'm gonna sell my old sword and my and these boots.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
That sword served me so well.
See you around.
I'm actually upset to see it go almost. Or Saps didn't, obviously this was, like a place they were bunkering down. Oh, well, that explains it. The moment I saw, I'm like, the animals are one, and the spiders are one thing, but the moment I saw the Aether enemies, I'm like, yeah, there's no... I think I understand how they died now. Damn you. Saw a post about the Borderlands movie. And, someone said, and it was about, like, the director. And basically someone kind of translated it to, this makes sense now. So, the guy, it was like, I had a movie. By the way, I'm bringing this up because, I just got a pop-up about Epic from Borderlands. But, yeah, basically it's like, someone pointed out, it's like, so I had a movie idea, and I managed to acquire Borderlands characters for it, so that way I wouldn't have, or so that way the movie would sell, is pretty much what the person translated it all to. So it's like, so that's why it's like none of the characters are canon, is because they don't fit in with the role of that movie. I saw the trailer. I think Kevin Hart's a fine actor and comedian. Roland is not his role. 100% no. There's no way in hell. I'm not saying if he really tried, I'm not saying he couldn't, but I wouldn't pick Kevin Hart first. Roland is a very serious person. And I'm not saying Kevin Hart can't do that role, but what's in the trailers, it's quite clear he didn't. And in the end, I think that just comes down to direction. Right? Kevin Hart wasn't made to do it that way. Tannis, I think Jamie Lee Curtis as Tannis is an excellent choice. Again, it just didn't come out the way it should have. They picked a very weird group of characters for that. They made Lilith way older than she was. Little spider nest. Lots of loot's in here. Idiots. I'm not gonna go that way though. Yeah, I'm gonna start taking the crossbow's way better for 1v1 because it keeps me at range, which is really what I want to try and focus on. Like, well, the melee's still gonna be strong, but if I can get the jump on enemies with range early on, some enemies, right, like obviously I don't really want to use range here. Wait, this, the other side is right there. Oh, there wasn't. There is a way over there. I want to figure out which path here leads to somewhere that isn't the main story. They very well both could lead to the same directions. Oh, yeah, okay, this is the optional way. This just leads to an altar. Okay, well, there's more to it, but... Eradicate 25 heroic monsters marked by a star.
I can't carry my inventory is full. My inventory is full.
Alright, back to the main town.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
That's a lot more armor. I lose the 13% damage and the life steal, but I get... I'm gonna sell it. We'll wait for something better to come along. Okay, that's actually a pretty decent armor increase, but I really want to keep this health regen.
Put it to good use. You see anything you like?
This one's better because it converts to fire damage. Has higher attack speed. The base damage though is the same. And then we got this one, which also is the same. That one's 77%.
Put it to good use. Come see what's left of my wares. Put it to good use.
I'll keep your stash safe. I'll keep an eye on this.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. Iron well spent.
Oh no! At the very least, I unlocked one in the cellar, but I'm so used to map being the up on the D-pad that I keep hitting it to check the map. And it recasts my portal. One of those moments where that's 40 defense. That is 40 defense. But I lose 9% damage equipping it. Or 12% damage across the board. But I feel like that's a change I have to make. I will keep this. I think this is something really worth keeping because it's so low leveled. I could and with it being all damage, it's something I could pass on to any of my other characters for an early boost. At least as long as they have the physique stats for it. But I don't even think that's necessarily hard to get. Right? Like, there's enough of those, like, green gems that give +8. By the way, I know I haven't been spending my attribute points. That's because I don't really know where to put them, and when I was looking into that, someone's pretty much just said, like, if you don't know, just leave them. Figure it out later when you actually need them to equip gear, or if you don't have enough, like, energy, put them into spirit. If you're not having issues hitting, put them into cunning. If you have issues, like, surviving, put them into physique. So, like, that's why I'm not... That would have been a much better idea to spawn, like, after I got through. Yeah, right now, my plan is to invest into this, and then... What's this one? Causing fire strike to electrocute the target, with a chance of knocking them off their feet. Let me see what it's like at max. 71% chance of lightning damage, more fire damage bonus. I definitely want this one, though. because this just naturally enhances the damage, or increases crit damage with the attack, but also naturally just buffs the damage when. So unlike the other one, this, unlike the Shaman one, which requires two-handed weapons, so we're looking at this one here, which actually it doesn't. Okay, well, never mind. But a lot of the bonuses on Shaman require two-handed weapons. Like this one here, which is why I'm running two-handed. This one doesn't, but it comes down to here, which is really cool. So basically, they have minor differences, but so this one's more about damage, increasing overall damage as well as crit damage. This one increases crit damage, lesser overall damage, but reduces skill energy cost. But it's one-handed only, and this is two-handed only. So it's really cool that they added that in so you could diversify it based on the build you're doing. Since I'm with Shaman using two-handed, I'm just going to go into Searing Might. Knowing that this is more of like a retaliation-based skill now, I don't really know how much I want to invest into this going forward. I may even pull back the point on it right now. And not invest into it until later, because I thought it was actually going to be an offensive move that was kind of like an AoE. Not saying it's bad, and I still intend to get it. I just don't want to get it now. I'd really rather wait until I can get 1 point here and 1 point here, and then they can both kind of trigger at the same time. I'd much rather be able to get points into Grenado. But like I said, Grenado I won't even put points into until I can at least unlock Skyfire Grenado. So next time I'm back there, I might rescind the point into this and put it into this. Just so I can get closer to Searing Might. And then I think Searing Might, how many points? It's 3 points. So it'd be 2 more levels just for these, not counting the 5 I need down here. So not counting the point invested into this, I need 3, 3, and 5, so 11, and then that's the 12th point there. But I love the versatility in building. Like, just between these two classes, I had so many options. Again, that's kind of like crazy to me. The devs did, I feel like, such a good job in balancing. And and it's not just this, like, I say the same thing about Wonderlands. As much as some people might criticize that game, I criticize it for very different reasons that have nothing to do with the class mechanics. I think the class mechanics are beautifully done. I don't know if anyone knows this. I think I've mentioned it before, but I had actual intentions of doing kind of a class build idea. I even contacted the Ludelmon, the guy in charge of Ludelmon to ask if I could use some of his assets for it, but it ended up falling through. To do it would have required me to actually play through the game with every class to have like an understanding of what to do with them. But but I feel like I probably still could have made some type of video about it, just because like I know how to build. I don't know how to build meta, but I can understand how some aspects work together. Like I pre-built a lot of my playthroughs before I played through them. Right? Like how the characters were, what skills I was going to invest into and stuff, and like I looked at the skill trees of the classes, and I already knew like where I was going to invest the points into. Like I already said, like in Wonderlands, like in a normal Borderlands playthrough, a class has this build. Oh god. A class has this build. You know, like it's split amongst the trees. So like, we'll use Wilhelm for example, or Axton. The left tree is designed around his action skill, or the damage of the action skill. The middle tree is more about the character themselves, and the right tree is about survivability, or in Wilhelm's case, the survivability part of his action skill. As you know, Axton uses a turret. Wilhelm uses 2 sentries, one that heals him and the other that does damage. Well, you can still see that in the Wonderlands aspect. Look at Berserker, for example. Middle is melee, right is health and HP, and left is frost damage. It's still very present. If you look at Clawbringer, middle is shield, right is melee and shock and damage resistance, and left, it's all correlated towards melee, but it's shock and damage resistance come with it. And left is fire and gun damage. Fire and gun related. The only class I would say that doesn't particularly have something like that is Blightcaller. But Blightcaller is 100% a supplementary skill or class. It is not designed... Blightcaller's role is not designed to... It's designed to benefit whatever element you want to run on your other class. Or elements, if you want to pair up. Its primary element is poison, 100%. But it also functions with buffing other elements and stats based off of the elements you want to use. I highly recommend, though, that you do not run every element. It will not work out that way. Because it's just not really feasible to run every element. It really depends on how you want to go about it, though. Clawbringer, combining the 3 plus whatever weapon you're wielding, you can actually access most of the elements in one set. Like, Clawbringer adds fire to gun, you know, and it adds melee, and it adds a shock to melee. I forget its class name, but the Grim one uses dark magic. It can add dark magic to spells. Its action skills are also heavily dark magic themed. One of which actually adds dark magic to whatever damage you deal. Same with Berserker. Its action skill allows you to add frost to everything. So it's not hard to initiate damage. Depending on how you wanted to go about it. Like, if I was running I would probably run, like, it's impossible to run, obviously, if you're running Blight Color. The most, you'd want to probably run Clawbringer with it, just because you get more access to elements. I'd probably run, it really depends on what the bonuses are, but I'd probably run Frost on melee, and then have access and then, you know, you also get Electric. So Frost, I'm pretty sure, increases melee damage, as well as Electric increases movement speed. And then for gun, you'd have to double check, but I would, you have poison and dark magic left. Whatever one best benefits gun damage, I would go with. And then I would probably have the remaining element as your spell. And I would try to get an element that would be like more maybe AoE, something that would have a good chance of inflicting status, because that's what the class is. It's not doing damage, it's inflicting the status. But I still think my favorite build in all of Wonderlands was that Stablemancer Blightcaller build. I never had as much fun in a Borderlands game as I did with that playthrough. I would say that was better than running Berserker for melee, because, like, it wasn't really a melee build. It was more like melee was a means to an end on that build.
Give you good
Yeah, all you had to do for that particular build was just abuse the all you had to do was just abuse the weapons that had guaranteed status. Guaranteed chance to inflict status. There were a few. Frostbite could inflict frost while also guaranteeing a fire status. Yeah, that was a switch I feel like I had to take. Again, we're talking about nearly 40 armor, and the bonuses aren't really that significantly different.
well spent.
I'll keep your stash safe.
I gotta just say, from a class building perspective, Borderlands, or Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is a great game, but from a...
I'll hold on to that for you.
But from a, it's just a lot of other elements about the game that I really stopped liking.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
Yeah, if anyone, never saw my Stabomancer playthrough, the build itself basically was more of a status build than anything. I was just abusing the nature of some melee weapons for it. What the build was basically... Now, keep in mind, the nature of how Wonderlands works is everything is always at your levels. So I started myself out at level 40 because I was done playing the game of going through gear. I just wanted to play the game. So I would equip stuff that some of my previous builds had gotten. One of which was a weapon called the Bident. Fuck you. I popped down and opened the map instead of hitting left to open the, to use a potion. Yeah, so at one point I was using, a Frostfire pick, or whatever weapon, whatever it really is. Because it guarantees a fire proc, but the Bident was really the weapon I wanted because it guarantees an electric proc. What electric does, with the so we're talking about the fact that this is paired with Blight Collar, and that is important because again we have to understand what the other status effects do. Electric increases shield recharge as well as movement speed, which is really important because Stabomancer can get abilities, or some of its damage can increase based off of speed. So the faster it moves, the better. And since the Bident guaranteed... The Bident guaranteed a shock status effect, you are basically guaranteed all these bonuses. Which was very important. But then there was two other traits. One trait made it so when you inflicted a status, you could inflict another status on top of that. I forget what trait that was specifically. And then there was oh yeah, it was melee attacks could inflict an additional status effect or something like that on crit. So I built for crit. And then there was another status effect, which was like, if there is or it's like, there was a conditional one where it's like, if there's an enemy nearby or if you strike an enemy with a melee attack, if there's an enemy nearby, it will, was it a chance or something, or maybe guaranteed, I don't remember, that the element, or that the elements on the enemy will be copied to them. The other thing, though, is if you are striking an enemy with no enemies nearby, you would inflict a third status effect on, or a different status effect than the one you were inflicting. So you could get up to 3 status effects on one enemy. For one from the weapon, one from the melee on crit, and one from the from that. And then with all the traits that basically increase status effect chance and status effect duration and status effect damage and all that sort of stuff, you inflicting 2 or 3 status effects guaranteed on a target was basically fatal. And I'm pretty sure the damage modifier that I was talking about on Stabomancer was I'm actually curious about this. Let's look it up. Stabomancer. Doodle-on. Here we go. I believe it was this. Yeah. Killing an enemy guarantees a critical hit with your next melee attack. That was part of it. Oh yeah, applying a status effect to an enemy increases all damage to that dealt to that enemy. So that also was huge too. And it's a percentage per effect. So it's like you get that at 3, and it's 6% per status effect on the enemy. So if you hit 3 of them, that's 18% more damage they're taking just from not only from other sources, but also from the DOTs themselves. Increase your movement speed and stuff. While moving fast, you gain increased damage dealt, right? And then you're pairing this with Blightcaller, who had the trait where it's like movement speed increased when inflicting lightning status effects. And then it was this one, called Contagion or whatever. I'm probably butchering that. Applied status effects have a chance to spread to nearby enemies. If no enemies are nearby, apply a new status effect to the first target instead. And then after that, alchemical agent melee critical hits apply a random status effect. So yeah, so you basically had a chance. You like. There was a lot of things that factored into the power of this build. I ended up nerfing it by giving it by putting a weapon on the build that guaranteed a status effect, but it was random. I really need to, if I ever go back onto that playthrough, I have to re-equip the Biden. The Biden is really what made that build so broken. And now that there's an appropriate editor for that, for the game, I might see if I can, like, make them, customize it to make it stronger. And I'm telling you, it was already strong. Like, it was one of the few, it was pretty much the only time in the game I didn't really get bored with, like, arena-style missions. Because I just run, slice the enemy with the Biden, and keep running, find the next one, slice him. Because the DOTs were so strong that they were one-shotting. The DOT effects were so strong that I just had to melee an enemy once for them to die. They didn't die from the melee hit, This wasn't a melee build, but it just the strength of the DOTs on them was so strong it would kill them. I might do that after maybe the stream today. Go in and see if I can make that character more broken. Maybe play through the game again on my own time, but with that build, but with, like, perfect gear. And then there's a thing where it's, like, increased movement speed and melee damage after the effects are doubled after casting a spell. And there are spells, like, so I think I ran a spell with, like, a really short cooldown. Not even for the spell, but just for, like... But just to be able to get that bonus as often as possible. I could be wrong on that, though. I'd have to double check. There's also a spell that provides, like, actual buffs, and, like, it's, instead of actually casting a spell, but I think that has a the cooldown's a bit long on it. Yeah, I'd have to check out that build to see, like, what I did with it. If this amulet actually gave cunning, I would take it. It gives physique, it gives spirit, but it does not give cunning. If it gave cunning, I would equip it. Might also be nice to try and just play the game a little bit in my own time without having to stream it. I've only ever played Wonderlands while streaming, so that's another reason why I probably have bothersome feelings about it. I never got to enjoy it on my own. I am glad, though, that in this dungeon, as big as it is on both floors, all paths can seemingly continue to lead back to, the same areas, like, where they want you to go. Obviously, the best way to check out to see if there's a way to break the build even further is obviously through uniques and legendaries and stuff. Customize an armor set that best benefits the nature of the classes, regardless of whether it buffs Stablemancer or Spell Warden or Stablemancer or Blightcaller. Get an amulet that does the same. There's no real priority on element, but the best element would probably, if I'm running the Biden, it would probably be electric, because that's the element that would be guaranteed to trigger. So increasing lightning damage would probably be the most beneficial thing to do. I don't know. I just remember there was that sword that it's like, oh, guarantees a status effect on the enemy, but it's a random one. And I realized that as cool as that sounds, when I started using the build, it wasn't as effective. I do want to try and get that time lapse done though. But like I said, I'll probably try and see about posting it on Saturday. So I'm not really going to worry too much about if it's not done tonight or not. There's not like it's not like there's a whole lot of time. The whole thing's going to be about probably around 20 minutes. The time lapse itself is 17. I wanted to make it shorter, but in the effort of speeding it up, I realized that it just turned into a blurry mess. There's no possible way I can make it go faster. Like, so the way I tested this was, I couldn't test, like, so I basically maxed out the speed I could put it at in the editor, and then exported it because the editor was stuttering when trying to play it because of the amount of content that's in there. So I rendered it out. It took about an hour to render. This is the longest thing I've ever rendered in my life. And when it was done, I just had, I ran it in VLC, and what I did is I used VLC as a player to play it faster, and at 50%, even 50% faster, it was too fast. 100% faster made it completely, and 100% would have probably been what I was aiming for. Like, you basically, especially with how, you know, kind of bad my camera angles are at times, and how, and my hands getting in the way a lot because of just the nature. I'm also trying to see if there's going to be some type of color correction because, or like, not necessarily color correction, but like lighting correction. Because, when my hands and the design get very close to the screen, it gets very bright. And I want to see if I can dull that down, but we'll have to see, because if I can't figure out a way to just adjust it, I'd really like a normalize type feature for this, but I can understand if it's not a common problem that would require you to have to normalize it. I don't know. I feel like having something to normalize lighting would be a good feature to have, but I'm a noob at all this editing stuff, so. I'm also using a software I'm not the most familiar with. For the longest time, I was using Movavi, and I recently, probably within like the last year or so, switched to CyberDirect. Or no, CyberLink Power Director, I believe it's called. Even Photoshop, like, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but my thumbnails have been getting a bit better with the newer games. I changed my Photoshop. I was waiting until I had enough money to do it and trying to find one that didn't run on subscription, which I found. I was previously using Adobe Photoshop 2015, because that's when I last bought it. And it worked fine for the most part, but I just knew there were features I was missing out on because of how outdated it is. Keep in mind, like, just an idea, the first, I'm not gonna say the first VTubers, but the biggest VTubers we know weren't even around in 2015. Like Iron Mouse and Sora, for example, are two of the oldest VTubers. Iron Mouse just passed her 7th year, and Sora is about to hit her 7th year in September. Right? So just, like, keep that in mind. That's still 2 years after the Photoshop I had. So, yeah, I wanted to replace that to get new features. And the trickiest part is, because it's not Photoshop, it's learning where things are. But in the process of learning where things are, I'm also learning, like, what more I can do. And once I understand it, like, I'm someone that can get really frustrated with learning new things, but once I get it, I can't forget it. Like, it just clicks. And this is one of those. It's like, look at the thumbnail here. Like, I figured out, I don't know if I could have done it in that Adobe Photoshop, but the numbering and stuff, like, I added, like, a small little 3D effect. I tried to make the numbers look very similar to the font for Grim Dawn. Like, that's what I've been trying to do with some of this stuff. Is I'm not too over the top when it comes to thumbnails, in all honesty. I'm like, I don't try to like make overzealous thumbnails or whatever. All I include is me, a number, and something to solidify what game it is, usually a screenshot of the title screen. It's generally all I need to include. Or at least all I feel like I need to include. I don't think I've done anything since I hit 22, but I'm so close to 23, I'll just wait till 23 before I do anything. But yeah, to me, no offense to others that do this, you know, to each their own. Some people like being creative with their thumbnails. To me, I have always treated thumbnails as a designer to or as a representative of the playthrough. Especially, you know, I've replayed through games. I've played Final Fantasy 12 twice. I've played Kingdoms of Amalur twice. I've played Crosscode twice, right? I have replayed games, so the idea is that I want the thumbnail to represent the playthrough that it is. So if you actually look at my two Crosscode thumbnails, for example, they are different. But within the playlists, the thumbnails are the same, because it's an identifier of the playthrough. The only thumbnail that changes on occasion is Genshin, and that's mostly because in all honesty, while I don't try to play the algorithm, I just change the background to whatever the design is for the current, whatever the current,
I can't carry
update
my inventory is full.
I try to see if I can,
I can't carry anymore.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit...
I can't carry anymore.
Like, I want people to know that, you know, if you're like, if someone's watching the series, for whatever reason, I say, because like, I'm not upset if people don't, but if someone's watching the series, I want them to know what the next episode in the series is. Like, I don't want confusion, so I keep the thumbnails consistent, because it is the best visual representation of that. I'd lose... Oh, I know, I gain cunning on this. I'd lose elemental damage, but that is such a huge defense increase, I have to do it. Let me buff my... There we go. Physique is pretty much mostly what I want to run on this build anyways, so... I want to keep the health regen there. Okay, so I lose way too much cunning for me to do this. I wouldn't actually be able to equip my gun anymore if I switched. What happened? Oh, here we go. I hit Y instead of X.
See you around.
I'll keep your stash safe.
I was actually just talking to Min about a lot of this earlier, where I was saying that, like, because Doki has, to my knowledge, not seen my cross stitch, and I just put it out at the wrong time, like with Doki moving and everything. It's obvious she wouldn't have a chance to see it, but at the same time, she's like, yeah, and the algorithm sucks too, and I said, yeah, but I don't really care. I don't have, like, I'm not doing this with the intent to make money. I'm doing it because it's fun. If people see it, people see it. I'm not going to play the popular games that'll get me views because they're popular. I will play the games that I'm enjoying and having fun playing, and a good example of that is Chugga Conroy. Chugga doesn't play new games necessarily. He plays old games because he can give you accurate information on them. Like, you will never find more in-depth playthroughs on games than watching Chugga Conroy play one of his series. You will learn everything there is to know about whatever game he's playing by watching him play it. And he only does that because by not playing new games, he has access to a lot of information of old games. And additionally on that, he uses resources. He'll use the internet, he'll go into certain sites, he'll contact people he knows that are like data miners. Right? But you wouldn't necessarily be able to do that with new games. I'm not saying you can't, but it would be less likely. And again, I'm not saying I won't play new games. I'm just saying I'll play games that interest me. You know, I plan to play Ys 10 when it comes out. Absolutely, I plan to do that. And that's going to be a new game. The Radical Fish just announced their new the Project Hera, which is their next game, just got released with an actual title, and you can wishlist it on Steam. You fucking bet I wishlisted it on Steam. Game looks fucking fantastic. Of course, that game will be played the moment it comes out. Wonderlands was another good example. That game came out just a few days before I played it. It was actually good timing. It came out just as I was finishing up my pre-sequel playthrough. Proton John's also the same too. Like, he plays new games, but he also plays a lot of old games. Like with this whole fortune cookie shtick, he just plays whatever. And I think he also has a Patreon playthrough where he fully plays through a game that's voted on by his patrons. If I recall correctly, I'm not a patron of his, but if I recall correctly, he's done that with Dust, Elysian Tale, and I think he did that with Skyrim too. I could be thinking of someone different though. I have no idea what that attack is. That, like, white spin? That has to be a new piece of equipment I equipped it. Oh, it's this one. It says 20% chance when hit, but it seems to almost be triggering every time. Ooh. That's a lot of armor. I'm gonna lose some cunning though. But I should be able to equip that. Yeah, I'm still good. Yeah, that's like a 100 armor increase. I have to do that. Plus bonus lightning damage. Increases torrent, and it's not grayed out, so that tells me that's a skill one of my classes gets. That actually seems really powerful. I might add that to something later on. Like, very late in the game. That's a very good ring. I might keep that ring. Even if I don't end up using it here. Alright, let's head back to that, the shrine thing. Alright, let's check out all this new stuff I got. Headpiece, not worth it. Offhand, one hand, ring. Where am I going? So, got all the optional stuff done, so we'll head on to the next part of the zone.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, well. We'll deal with that problem in a second. That's a boss.
I can't carry any.
That's still not the warden, by the way. The second boss I've killed, but that's still not the actual boss of the area I'm in. Right, let's go sell stuff so I can go pick up more stuff.
Come see what's left of my wares.
But I was going to keep that ring.
Iron well spent.
Got something you need stashed?
Oh, that works out beautifully, doesn't it?
I'll hold on to that for you.
I didn't even realize you could sell the diaries and stuff. Hey, Chokoneko! How you doing? Should be getting near the boss. Cause it's like, it did just say, like, I'm in the, like, yeah, the underground jail. You can see it in the top right corner there. Oh, here we go.
I've been expecting.
I very much appreciate the awesome boss music. I just wish
When I'm done with you,
the fight would actually last long enough to mean something. Oh, no, never mind. It will. Kinda. I don't know, I'm still just spamming the A button. Oh, I had to use my potion. I think it's the first, like, major boss of the game, so that's... You could say it was easy, but at the very least... Like, why did he drop so many shields? I'm a little upset at that. Collect 20 lore notes. Sweet. But my entire build is based off of press A to win, so...
Come see what's left of my wares. Iron well spent.
Got something you need stashed? I'll keep an eye on this.
Is it finished? Is the Warden dead?
I tracked him down and
The
took his
Warden's
life.
defeat is a great victory for us, nay, for all of humankind. But there are many more ethereals out there, some much more powerful than Krieg. Perhaps more disturbing, though, there are those of our own kind who would see us dead to take what little we have, or just for the pleasure of killing. Among the innocent who passed through this prison on their way to Krieg's lab were many violent criminals, murderers, and worse. Many of them escaped to the northwest after the Grim Dawn, forming into ruthless gangs who prey upon drifters still traveling the roads. Since a river separates us and them, they have not been a problem thus far. Except we need farmers to get back to the business of growing food before we all starve to death. The farmland that supplied this region is to the northwest, and we need to secure a hold there. Mornay recently returned from Old Arkovia to the northwest and can give you details on the outlaw situation and what needs to be done.
I'll speak with him.
So you must be the kid that's causing a stir in my absence. You've done good by dispatching Krieg. I knew that man in life. I dread to think of what he had become as an ethereal.
Captain Bourbon said speak with you about the outlaws.
An old mess has come back to finally bite us right in the ass. The river's kept them at bay for now, what with the broken bridge. It seems the bastards have garnered a taste for the one hole in the world they were once so eager to escape. I'm not going to beat around the bush. We're at war, and if we don't take the fight to them, they will surely bring it to us. I'd much rather fight on my own terms. Wouldn't you? With the bridge northwest repaired, I need you to enter the Arkovian foothills and show those bastards we're not a prize for the taking. Last I saw of them, they were mobilizing for something big across the river. Why don't you head on over there and introduce yourself?
What happened during the expedition to the northwest? I set out with another scout, Alessa, to reconnoiter the lands to the northwest shortly after we had secured Devil's Crossing. What we found was a wasteland overrun with predatory beasts, blood-hungry psychopaths, and refugees living in constant terror on the run. Our mission together ended with a vicious band of outlaws surprised us in the night. Alyssa had argued against having a fire that night, but I was sure we were concealed. I wasn't cautious enough, and she paid the price. I thought I could protect her from anything, but when it came to it, I was felled by a bullet to the ribs before the fighting even broke out. Alyssa fought on like a devil, taking down 2 of the outlaws before they knocked her out. They took her with them and just left me there to die. I couldn't give up, though, knowing those thugs had Alyssa. I hobbled and crawled, trying to make my way to Devil's Crossing, but arrived only to find that the bridge had been destroyed. I collapsed in despair and thought it was the end of me. I woke sometime later in what remained of a little fishing village on the coast. A band of rovers had found me and treated my wounds. As soon as I could stand, I grabbed my dinghy rowboat and made my way to Devil's Crossing. I'll be damned if I'm going to abandon Alessa to torture or worse at the hands of those killers. She's all I got left in this world. We need to organize an offensive, and every second counts. I think you are mixing personal vendetta into this. The Grim Dawn took my wife. Alessa is like a daughter to me, and I'm not going to let it take her too. The way I see it, Devil's Crossing needs this situation resolved as soon as possible, and I want those scum dead for taking Alessa. Seems our goals align, eh? Very well.
Ah, we speak at last. As I am sure you know, there are many who now cast their gaze upon you, traveler. Or should I say, taken. Some who mean you ill, some who fear your potential. Then there are those who command me. They have taken great interest in your accomplishments. It appears you may be just the one we require.
Fire me
I
for
cannot
what?
speak of such things in this place. The cursed gaze of our foes is cast upon us here, so I will be brief. Great powers are gathering within the distant lands of the fallen Corvan people, and the Great Eye has decreed that you must play a part, whatever that may be. Will you answer our summons? Will you join me through the portal? Or do the mortal concerns of these people outweigh the calls of fate?
I have other matters to attend to first.
Kill the warden, eh? So one bastard killed another. Makes little difference when one survives. Just keeping my good eye on the time bomb in our midst.
Away I go on to another adventure. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? A lot of them have ranged attacks. Varys wants this prison. When he finds out what you've done, you'll wish I shanked you dead. Rest in peace, scum. Kind of embarrassing that one guy was able to just storm this whole place and kill everyone. Just gonna say. Really embarrassing when stuff like that happens in games where one person is able to just take out an entire fort without like this wasn't even clever strategy or anything. I just literally waltzed in and killed everyone. Why do I get the smallest? Like, I don't know. I don't really know what to believe, but part of me makes me wonder if Alessa joined the bandits, if the whole thing was a ruse.
Well, did they like our housewarming
Killed the
gift?
man in charge by the name
You
of
were
Shanks.
fast. I like that. We'll need more of that for what's coming next.
What's our next
Darius
target?
Cronley. Last I've seen his face, they almost hung him for a double homicide. The warden intervened at the last minute in favor of a life sentence in Devil's Crossing. Seems there were ulterior motives after all. Darius Cronley is the devil made manifest, devious and manipulative with a penchant for sin of every kind. He's the one running this gang, and he's the one we need to go after next.
You have a plan?
We have to hit them hard and fast, leave no room for a counterstrike. I've only seen a portion of their operations in the region, but they are really entrenched on the Four Hills in Old Arkovia. Shanks surely wasn't Darius's only lieutenant, so I suggest you find the rest and kill them. We don't want one of them taking over after Darius is dealt with. I don't have any names for you, but they will probably have equally clever prison names as our dead friend Shanks. But to really end this, you need to cut off the head of this operation, Darius Cronley. If what I hear is true, you will find him hiding out in the mines underneath the Four Hills. Lastly, my scouting partner Elsa must still be out there with them. If I venture to guess, Cronley has her in his clutches. Save her from that brute. I hear you are quite capable, so don't let me down. When you find yourself out there, I recommend you seek out a man by the name Quaid. He and his group forsook the peaceful ways of the Rovers in favor of fighting back against the outlaws. And I'm glad they did. It was Quaid's people that pulled me from the jaws of death.
I'll get on it. I got 9 points. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna like. I would love to go straight to this because this has like the ability to add electric damage to my main attack, which is just huge. But I really want to get well, I don't know. Getting to here seems like a good idea because it allows me to invest into everything I want, which is grenade, static strike. But I want my primary goal is like I feel let's get this maxed first, which will be next level. Once I get to here, or once I get that maxed, I only need 5 more points and I can start doing both of these. But how many points is that as an investment? 28. Which is 9 levels. You know, it would be 9 levels additionally on top, like, because, you know, 28 minus 1 here, so 9 levels just to get these 2 maxed. And I don't think that's worth it for me right now. I'm not saying they're bad skills, but I just don't think they're skills that are worth taking at the moment. I'll also be able to invest into this soon, too. But actually, I don't even know if I want this one, because it buffs physical damage. Which is fine, because I do have physical damage on my gear. Like, not all of my weapons damage is converted over. Actually, this one is. This one's entirely physical, or lightning. Look at the top. It specifically says lightning damage. Right, that one actually says physical damage. Just a third of the physical damage is fire, plus an additional 10. So this one's actually exclusively lightning. It doesn't even have physical. Alright, I'm trying to see if this is... let's... Yeah, people are saying definitely do tempered. So yeah, I'll probably do tempered later. I'm debating on Grenado though. Because someone mentioned something about investing into skills that lower enemy resistance. Just in case. Now, I'm running Fire Lightning, so I don't know what the odds are of an enemy resisting both of those, but... You do have agonizing flames, which reduces target's resistances for 3 seconds. And the last skill is at the same tier as Grenado. I don't see anything on Shaman, though, that reduces enemy resistances. This one reduces vitality and bleeding, but there might be additional skills later that maybe I can get on weapons or gear or whatever. The lizard is actually really good for health regen. Yeah, we'll see. I'm like, I should, you know, in a perfect world, I'll have physical, lightning and fire damage, and, you know, knock on wood, but I don't think an enemy's gonna resist all 3 of those. Yeah, I really wanted the lizard just to get more health regen. That, like, how much health regen do I have now? 101. Wow, this actually buffs Fire Strike. The only problem is I lose Cunning. I actually lose a lot of everything. The defense isn't really that much of a difference, but the +3 to Fire Strike is. I don't really think it's worth it. Especially since, like, I take a lot much more of a risk in getting, like, not wanting to lose it later when it's not really like I'm gaining a whole lot in the first place.
Come see what's left of my wares. See you around.
Really did not want to lock onto this. More lore. Hello, good sir. Burning the shack down. My family does not need to suffer any longer in this horrible world. Yeah, I think. Oh, things are bad, but we can't lose hope. Hope is there. Good people are dying and the world is overrun. Come from Devil's Crossing. It's safe. It's safe anymore. We're safe here. Defend it. There's shelter, drinking water. Please join us. Perhaps this is a fresh start we need. I really hope you speak the truth. Alright, take us there. Holy fuck. Dude was literally ready to just kill his family. We'll see though, like, I have the ability to respec whenever I want. It costs me money, but it's not like I'm really spending money on much else anyway, so... I'd like to thank you for talking me out of committing the biggest mistake of my life. We were struggling to survive and I got desperate. My family deserves better. Thank you for showing me the hope. Hope still remains in this bleak world. I'd like you to have this. It's a small token of appreciation. Hope it serves you well. And it'll serve the merchant well too. Hello. Sorry if I insulted you earlier. Your origins were a bit startling. I hear that you braved the dangers beyond Lower Crossing. I was wondering if you could help us gather some materials. Neat. You see, I was a seamstress before the Grim Dawn. Nothing special. Made just enough to get by, but now I see an opportunity to use my trade to make a difference around here. I would like to sew some new canopies, and maybe some new clothes if there are enough fabric left. Jane and Alex deserve better than this. If you could please get any fabric you find, the people here would be grateful. The waterfront of Burwich would be a good place to start looking. Great, this is more than enough to clean the place up a bit. Should you have some leftover to make new clothes, many people here are wearing nothing but rags. Oh. And please, take this jacket. I've been working on these for Briggs and the other guards, but I think you've earned the first one. Wow, that's like... Yeah, I just realized there's no roof here. The canopies are protecting from rain. Yeah, the Skinner family ceiling is not actually that good.
I'll keep your stash safe.
And there's no way that's better than the armor piece I have on.
I'll keep an eye on this.
What do you sell
What's
again?
left of my wares.
Oh, he's the faction vendor.
Put it to good use. See anything you like?
The physical damage is higher, but... If this was lightning damage and not, or fire damage and not vitality damage, it probably would be fine.
See you around. Come see what's left of my wares.
Yeah, none of these two-handeds are actually doing anything for me. They're all either just They all any of the converters only convert to elements I don't want.
Put it to good use. See anything you like?
This one actually is better. And additionally, I could still add the fire item to it. The primary thing is that I just realized the ranged weapon I have equipped doesn't actually give a bonus to fire damage. Like, this one gives a bonus to electric damage on top of the fire damage. Or on top of converting damage too.
Put it to good use.
Tinkering is my specialty. Goodbye for now.
Yeah, this will be a way better ranged weapon. I already know I fucked up, though. I fucked up, like, there's probably an achievement to recruit everyone you come across, and I already fucked that up because of that one guy in Burwich. Where he turned aggressive and I had to kill him. There, you're a Daimien out with you? What happened? Backstabbed by my partner. Only man I thought I could trust in the Forsaken hellhole. We're traveling. Full cart of scrap we'd salvaged from some rundown homes. When I guess the bastard decided that splitting the profits 50-50 wasn't gonna cut it. He jumped me in the middle of the night, stabbed me in the gut. Made off with all the loot and left me to die here. If you run into a man with a patchwork green jacket going by the name Isaiah, cut him down for me. Yeah, don't suppose he's gone too far down the road pushing the cart by himself. And he's... Oh no, he's still alive. I'm finding a lot more greens now. Wow, guns, crossbows, and casters. I feel like I need that. That's just a better version of what's already on my gun. I just don't get fireball anymore. Oh, I opened the portal, why not?
Let's take a look, shall we?
It also adds chaos damage too. And as I upgrade my weapons, I can just keep salvaging it off and putting it back on. And
Be safe out there.
okay, let's see what this new skill is. Demon's Breath. It's kind of slow, but like, what does it do? It does... So it... Oh, fuck off. Really? So it does fire and chaos damage. It also has health conversion. Forgot to warp to my portal.
Can't do that.
Oh, skill has a cooldown, unlike the fireball. I don't know what the hell this dungeon is, but sure. They resist, though. I think they resist lightning. They're taking about half the damage that my attacks normally deal. I don't appreciate the freeze, thank you very much. The rock. Alright. I just want to see if this does more damage to him.
Can't do that yet.
Gun's doing more damage. Well, I got Rover's reputation.
My inventory can't carry anymore. My inventory is full.
Void Blade sounds like a unique item. Alright, let's go sell stuff.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Wow, a lot of ghost themed stuff here. And a ring.
See you around.
I want to check out this Void Blade. I know I can't use it because it's one-handed, but... Chaos damage. And it's pure chaos damage in its own. Requires spirit and cunning. Interesting. Was a good thing that I chose to upgrade this weapon. Or, like, upgrade to a better gun, upgrade the component on it. Because, yeah, that gun was out DPSing what I was doing with the axe. Look, when you take 40 minutes to come out of the ground, I'm not waiting around. It also helps now too that I have the upgrade on I have explosive strike upgrade now. So it basically turns my primary attack into an AoE, and that actually really makes ranged better now. And my melee is basically an AoE too. But like, I just mean specifically that when you're in a circumstance and you're using something like that, like it, I should say, like, I have the electric skill when it comes to melee. Say what you have to say, but make it You were the worthless scum. This mess wasn't about the Hall of Scrap. That bastard tried to rape my daughter, Josephine. When we were last camped out, I confronted him and he got violent. Rotting out there along the road is the least he deserves for trying to overpower a young girl. Yeah, this is one of those judgment things. He seems pretty kind to me, so... Like, he didn't attack me or anything, like, doesn't really matter anyways. He's kind of fucked. His horse is dead and his... Oh no, this is his cart. Never mind. Dude seems pretty chill about it. And... Like, you know, in discussing it with me, so I'd like to believe that he probably is telling the truth more than the other guy who seemed to omit the fact. Oh no, it does sound pretty convenient, but at the same time, my entire time playing this game, no one's brought up sexual assault type stuff. So it's like, to just throw it out there seems like he's probably telling the truth. Oh, pleased to meet a friendly face out there. Bandits don't usually grant us with courtesy. Since you're traveling in these parts, I was wondering if you could help us out. Sure. Our elder Mathis has gone missing following a recent raid on our camp. The elder was determined to keep our talisman, a precious relic of my people, away from the greedy hands, and so he fled into the nearby ruins when the bandits showed up. It's been several days and I'm beginning to fear the worst. Please, if you find him, find yourself exploring the ruins west of Staten mine, seek out Elder Mathis. If it is as I fear and the elder is dead, please at least recover the talisman. Small object carved from bone and carries great spiritual significance to us. We would be eternally grateful for its return. Greeting, stranger. A pleasure to meet someone who doesn't begin a meeting with weapons. Can't say the same for the gang up the hill to the east. Group bandits. Violent, bloodthirsty murderers, all of them. Everything we despise in the world, and now they've set up a barricade along the road to trap travelers such as ourselves. We set up camp here while we decide what to do. The best course of action would be to blow that barricade, allowing our brothers and sisters of the road to travel in peace. However, we lack the means to do so. Say, you look like a capable sort. Let's make a deal. Satin Mine is west of here, is abandoned, but it may have some explosives. If you recover some dynamite and use it to destroy that wretched blockade, it can offer you some coin for your troubles. What do you say? Sure. What's your two-handed looking like here? Pretty good ones. But once again, they are either pure physical or converting to types that don't benefit me. I really wouldn't mind like this mace one if it had a conversion on it, because that's fucking large amounts of damage. And I feel like I missed a gate at some point in time here. Level 25. Let's go. Skills. Let's see, I'm gonna hold off on the grenade for a while anyways. Got some dynamite. Yeah, this is when I was looking up earlier, like how to get dynamite and stuff, because of that one cave we passed by a while ago. This is the place you get it. Like they're basically saying just run laps here, keep coming back here to keep getting more dynamite. You can also apparently craft it too. Yeah, getting that second attack is so huge. Just being able to hit multiple targets at once is such a big deal. I want to see if the guy's in the mines or not. I guess he didn't run this way? Well, he ran this direction. I guess he didn't run into the mines, though. Well, I'm gonna leave through this exit over here, so... There is one thing I kind of appreciate. There's this common misconception a lot of times in fantasy media that bandits have to use like daggers or look very roguish. I'm not saying they have to. Sometimes they'll use swords, but they just generally look like rogues, like thieves. You know, light armor, stuff like that. And it's like, I appreciate that these bandits actually look like soldiers. Like, they're gonna want to be geared up just like any other person. It doesn't matter whether they're a good guy or a bad guy.
Can't do that yet. I can't carry it. My inventory is full. I can't carry it. I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, my inventory is really full.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I'm not gonna find anything for a while that's gonna outbeat That's 61. 61 defense. I almost feel like I need to do this. But I lose 26 cunning. It's such a large amount of cunning to lose. I'd still be able to equip this. Like, none of my gear gets affected. Because it all requires physique to equip. I also lose spirit too, which... about just about 50 energy. Armor rating only goes up by 9 though. This doesn't seem like it's worth it right now. Absolutely, I'm holding on to that. I need to level up once more, but that's more cunning, the same experience, lightning bonus. Like, there's so much there. I lose some lightning resistance, but I actually not only maintain that, I maintain at least 11% of it, but then also gain ice and cold, too. Level 32, damn. And it buffs temper too, which I don't have any points in right now, but problem is this, like, it's level 32, so it'd be a while before I could determine whether I'd want to equip it or not. So I might just hold on to it, because it's like, you know, it's 7 levels away.
Iron well spent.
Right, let me go bank the stuff that I want to keep.
Safe storage, no questions asked. I'll keep an eye on this.
I got a couple blues here, let's see. What is Shattering Blast? Because evidently I have it. Checking here because, like, I know this isn't really blast, but this is where lightning damage is. I don't see it. It's weaker. And it also gets off less attacks. Still same +4 of Primal Strike though, but just weaker. Okay, well, that one I don't think I can ignore. That's 50 defense. I should maintain, not going to maintain perfect spirit, but I gain also massive defense bonuses. But I finally upgraded my helmet. Yeah, if my cunning gets too low, like if I want to equip this thing next, oh no, that thing next level is gonna buff my cunning. I don't have to worry then. I win. Like, the exploring is nice, because not only am I finding stuff, but I'm gaining reputation doing this. Like, what's my reputation with them right now? The rovers. Yeah, look at that. It's grown immensely because I'm killing a lot of stuff. Hunley's gang's building up now. But in doing so, I obviously am creating the consequence of making it harder on me. By killing enemies, I also reduce my faction with them. Increase my enemy faction with them, which leads to things like, as you can see here, I'm despised with beasts, so now I get more spawns. And then here I'll get even more spawns, and then here I get nemesis spawns, which I'm assuming are probably like really, really dangerous enemies. There's the gate. Turned. Was your venture successful? I destroyed the barricade. Well, a job well done. Thank you. You've done us good, and we won't forget it. I thought I was missing the gate. I'm like, I don't know, the map shows it very close by. Not to say the map's 1-for-1 or anything, but... I wasn't even going to give him a chance that time. Oh, that's much better, but I'm not going to run it because it provides me nothing offensively beneficial. If this was a class that relied more on defense, sure. I lose... How much cunning do I lose on this? A little bit. The lightning damage is far more valuable. I don't do any piercing damage. Can't do that. But I thought maybe the 3% would help on cunning, but nope. I'm gonna just put some points into cunning. I've just put the rest of my points right now in there. If I ran another build, I don't know, like, I know there's tons of different builds. I'd like to maybe run a Chaos Ether build, because they're just two unique elements. Take this talisman, carry it away from my... I carried it away from my camp to prevent bandits from stealing it. But nature is past judgment, and I am not long for this world. I implore you to bring the talisman to Grieven. He's at the river... he's at a rover camp just east of Staten Mine. Tell him that I died protecting our relic. I'm going the wrong way. Found the Elder, I'm sorry. Great loss to our people. Elder Mathis did all he could to keep our talisman from bandit hands. And it seems he had given his life to preserve his duty. Tell me, did you find the talisman on him? I have no reason to keep it. Yes, I did. At least his death was not in vain. Thank you. The return of this talisman will lift the spirits of my people. I'm now friendly terms with the Rovers. What does this mean? I got a 5% faction discount. New quests, access to vendors. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's like every game has fire, electric, poison, acid, you know, stuff like that. I just think it'd be kind of cool to maybe play a build that utilizes new elements. I'd have to figure out what 2 classes those are, though. I'm going to imagine one of them is probably the Inquisitor. You know what? It's not going to change anything. My curiosity is now piqued. Let's look it up. I'm going to assume it'll probably be Occultist and Inquisitor. No, Occultist does vitality damage, which is like, it says attack their life force. So I guess that a vitality damage is like non-elemental magic damage. Inquisitor uses, that says cold and fire. Oh, it's not Inquisitor. Arcanist? They get elemental damage with ether damage. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, Necromancer's all. Necromancer seems to have ether. Ether and vitality on Necro. Nightblade. It doesn't really seem like anything directly gets chaos. It's kind of crazy to think about. You'd think Occultist would get it, but they seem to be more in on vitality. Like, they do get some chaos damage, I guess, but doesn't really seem like it's a focus on it or anything. Yeah, they seem to be like fire and chaos with vitality mixed in, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't really seem like there's a set build for that. Yeah, I only came up here. I just wanted to open up the map more. I want to be able to, like, look back at this and know that I scoured every corner of the map so I'm not missing anything. Alright. I'll probably go until I get to the next teleport portal, which is Broken Hills. I might be too far, we'll see. I'm only at the Rocky Coast. $26. The next level up, I think I should max out Temper. And then I think following that, I should probably put more points in to go for Static Strike. I don't think I'm gonna worry about Grenado right now. Got 1 point into this. I don't know if I'm gonna bother with this one right now at all. Vindictive Flame for sure I'll max, but like right now I'm just gonna leave the 1 point into this. And I just kind of want to emphasize getting everything down to, like, even if I go all the way to Brimstone, I'd be fine with that. Just, I want to prioritize my damage source, which is my main attack. Does sound about right though with how wasps behave. If there's any wasps nearby when you attack one, they'll all come after you. I don't think I got any rover experience for that. Loot-wise, though, what did I get? One-handed epic axe. See, that one I wouldn't have minded as my two-handed because it does physical damage. But then also has the conversion to it. Back up to the surface. All uncovered. Let's keep going. I don't know what trouble that guy was having. I dealt with the problem pretty simply. There's there's the portal. And then there's a town right here.
See anything you like?
Let's check it out. Bonus. So for 10 seconds, all pets do 80% more damage. Damn, for like a necro, that would be terrifying.
See you around.
Keep your weapons where I can see them.
Mori sent me. So he did make it across the river. He was 1-ton son of a slith. Still has a bullet in him to prove it. Mori sent you, then he must think we can help each other out. Care to put those weapons of yours to use? What do you need? Conray's gang is well armed and experienced. We are not. This is not a battle we're going to win by running in their head on. We need to cripple them. This is where you come in. The outlaws have a series of forges, similar in making to the one behind me, scattered throughout the 4 hills. If you destroy them, Darius's men won't be able to rearm themselves. I understand that this may not be your problem, but I'm willing to make it your problem for some iron. What do you say? We have a deal. Stranger, you look well armed and capable. I've been injured by a rogue troll that's rampaging around these parts. Please, find the beast and slay it. It's a danger to our camp and to all travelers. Look for it up the road. And the beast safe. You have to forgive me, but I must tend to the wounded. Yes, the battle with Prone's beasts has proven taxing on our people. I'm afraid some of them won't be able to make it through the night. Something I could do to help? Yes, there is. We are too few to leave the camp undefended, but you could seek out the wasp hive around Old Arkovia. There are 2 large ones that I know of, one to the south of here near the rocky coast, and another to the north near Twin Falls. If you bring me some royal jelly, I could create an old rover remedy known to vastly accelerate healing. Why, if you do this for us, I'll happily show you how it's made. It'd be the least we could do. That's perfect. You have no idea how helpful this will be. Please take some for the road ahead. You never know when you'll need it. And please, let me show you how to make some yourself. It's the least you could do for saving so many lives. I love quests you can just hand in right away. Where'd the recipe book go? Or did I automatically just learn it? The game's just gonna put me back. Like, one of the reasons why I wanted to find the next portal is because the game's gonna send, when you reboot a file, you start at Devil's Crossing every time. So, I wanted to just have a teleport back to where I was.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
me just see what I have here. Let's see. Amulets and medals, I can get a huge amount of lightning. I'm gonna put it in this new medal I just got. Since it already boosts lightning anyways. I can always, if I choose to swap later on, like, I know it's going to cost me a lot of cunning to do so, and that's the painful part of it all, but I can always just move that over.
Keep an eye on this.
See anything you like?
Game really doesn't want me to have better weapons, huh? It's just chaos, acid, like they really want me to change my elemental type. I'll sell one. I don't think selling one is going to be the end of the world. And I'll just move this over here, because you never know. Let's check the other dude.
Come see what's left of my wares.
His stuff's always weaker.
Well spent. You see anything you like? Put it to good use.
Alright, we'll quit desktop. Alright. I think that was almost 6 hours. About 6 hours. I think that was good progress to be made with the game. Definitely got a lot done. Like, we beat the first major boss. And we got I'm not going to say the entire right side, because there's quite clearly still more on the right side, but I think that might be like DLC based. I don't know, but we're now going on the left side, so I'm enjoying it. It's nice to have like a casual game that does have some thinking to it, but not enough to leave you brain dead, and but it also, it's like, it's not like rotation based, right? Like, one of the things is a lot of games like this, like look at Genshin, it's like there's you know, there's a lot of work that goes in, and then still it's based off of cooldowns and rotations. Guild Wars is the same, right? Rotation, rotation, rotation. And I don't fucking care about rotation. I care about just like progression. I lose fun when I focus too much on how to be optimal. You know, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about like how I don't really care about the algorithms. I don't care if that means I get a really slow increase in incline of subscribers or anything like that. Like I want people to subscribe to me because they subscribe to me, right? If they find me, they find me. If they don't, they don't. I'm not worried about, you know, this becoming like, I'm not worried about like, I don't want to put too much effort into doing things the way YouTube will like it, because if I follow the algorithm, I might not end up having fun in the end. And then what do I do? Right? And I quit, or I keep taking breaks or whatever, right? Like, I don't want this to stop being fun. So I'm happy with how I'm doing things now. So anyway, tomorrow will be Shadow Warrior. We're gonna start that one up. So with that said, my name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Be a friend, foe, or a member of the Omni Council. I'm gonna see you later. Goodbye, everyone.